Hello, everybody. How is it going? Happy Saturday to you. I believe it's Saturday for most folks, and I also think it's Mother's Day, correct? So, uh, if that's something that you value, happy Mother's Day to you. But good Saturday. It's nice and warm-ish out here, about 60 or so degrees in Richmond, Indiana. And I just got back in. Me and the other half, we rolled out to the farmers market, and then we got some good food from a place that's kind of local, kind of not. So you have to take the dogs out, but that is fine. The other half will take the dogs to the groomer here, and they'll get all spruced up and look pretty for the day, I guess. What's everyone working on? What's going on? I will be working on my fantasy romance story. We have two main characters, Aaron and Kale. Um, yeah, I don't know how much I should say about that, but let's just say Aaron was sent on a quest to retrieve a stolen item but that supposedly Kale stole, which would help a person heal their one of their family members. And to find Kale and the stolen item, they have to enter a place called the Forgotten Realm, which is sort of like a pocket dimension. And then lots of interesting things happen from there. So I'm uh, I'm further along in this story that was supposed to be a short story, as you all know. We're almost at 50,000 words, so about 10 times as many words as I thought I was going to write for the story, which is fine. And then my goal is, of course, to try to push this story to its end, hopefully by the end of the month, because the intention was not to spend so much time with this story. There is a sequel that I need to do for a story called Blood and Bonds that I like really need to get done. Really need to get done as soon as I possibly can. So interesting though, I was watching a someone new to me. I had to look at their content, but they were saying that certain categories are popping up, certain genres. Supposedly horror has taken a big jump in recent times. So pretty interesting. All right, let me see what we have in the comments. My peoples are here. Rita was the first one here. Hey, Rita. It was fun hearing that you were still chatting when I got back. I was like, oh yeah, that's Rita voice. There's still craziness going on. This is gonna be awesome. So you were slaying it as usual. So I was glad to come back and hear that. I was like, yay. Let's see. SD Houston, lady one in. Hi, made friends the like button. Thank you. Let's dance. Dance time. I would like to get some music to this stream at some point in time. I don't know. So I thought like it'd be fun to have certain sprints or times where there is music in the background. I know not everyone likes music, but on occasion it might be a fun little thing to do. Dance. I was also thinking about dance. Um, I was yesterday or the day prior, I was washing dishes and trying to cook, etc. And I was listening to 5,000 Words per Hour, Chris Fox. I think that's the name of the title. And the funny thing is, he talked about how he went to go do something he didn't think he could do, which is learn how to dance. So he spent some time. He met a nice lady on a dating website, I think, or at least a friendship website, and went out there to a couple class, started dancing. Then he did like a flash mob or something like that, and it was one of his lessons that, like, yeah, you mindset, you can do things. And towards the end of his book, he talked a lot about mindset. He saves most of the like autobiographical stuff till the very end. He's very straightforward and concise with the advice he gives until the end. And then that's when his like big thing is mindset. He goes into that. It's really nice. And part of that was proving to himself that he could do this thing he did not think he could do. And I think that is an important tidbit to kind of keep with us in general in life. And as writers, like, there's things that we can do that, for our mindset, and good application and effort, there are a number of things that we can do that they're just not that far out of reach, they're possible. So very, very good stuff. Very good stuff. So dance. Dharma Keller. I might be saying your name incorrectly, so please help me. Is it Kelleher or Keyer or Keller? So the other day we had a whole conversation about names. Reed and I were talking about our names. Who else was on? Haley was on here talking about a Welsh name, Morvid Clark as well. So we had a whole thing about names a couple of days ago or so. So please let me know how to say your name correctly, what name you like to go by. But you were saying I'm editing a sapphic witchy paranormal thriller. Sweet. I'm about a quarter of the way through the first revision. Nice. Paranormal. So what's your story? So what's tell me the story. Tell me the story. Not all the story, but tell me enough that we can know more than the genre tags. It sounds very interesting to me. Yes, like a theme. I've totally done the flash mob once. It was so fun. Yeah, I don't did I do a flash mob? I don't think I did, but one of my so back in school, one of my housemates, she'd been in dance and everything, like great person, very sweet. Like she was one of those people that you're like, you're a human fairy. Like if a fairy were human, this would be you. Even her name, it was like Nectar of the Gods. Like that was like that was a translation for her name. Very sweet person. And asked me, like, please join us for this dancing thing. I was like, okay, fine. So they got me up there. We were doing, was it some kind of salsa dance or something, but we did it in front of the school. So that was pretty fun. I like to dance, but I never did like choreographed dancing before. So like learning moves and trying to make sure I stayed in sync and in rhythm. Whole rhythm thing. Sometimes I have it, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like it, sometimes I. Anyway, so but that was definitely one of the funnest times, and I have to mention to her that I really appreciate that she's been doing dance and stuff for years. So, um, I if anything, I should be like, thanks for giving me the opportunity. So, because I could have made you not look good, not really, but it was a great time. And being front of stage, I didn't do a lot of stage stuff, but it was fun. I like moving my body a bit. Oh, I missed the first few minutes. Oh, I don't know what I was saying aside of we just me and the other half went out to the farmers market. Eating ceviche. I know you had a little bit too much ceviche, right? I remember you talking about the other day. I actually had to look into see like what actually is ceviche all is. Looks refreshing. Last name is pronounced Kelleher. Kel oh Kelleher. I'm working on recording book chapters. Uh, my deadline to myself is 5 to 10 chapters by the 10th of this month of the month. That's today, and I haven't finished yet. I'm working on recording book chapters. So are you audio recording your book chapters? Or are we about to have another audio release soon? Let's see. Also, guys, just in case you might hear a whole bunch of dogs and ruckus in the background as the poochies, little puppies are gathered. Hold on, I think it's about to be. You guys may or may not hear it, but it's about to be ruckus time. Hi, Millie. Hi, Roger. Hi, boy. Oh, okay. As they start to sneeze. No, it's fine. I don't need them to jump on me. It's okay. The other half was trying to have me introduce one of the larger dog to you guys. If I like pat my chest twice, he'll like jump on me, but I'm like, oh, that's too much, and the allergies will be going. So, but they're about to get gathered here. Let's see. But I also have an Eddie job to complete on a novel to try to get back to the author by the end of the week. Oh, wow, man. So, wow. Yeah, that is some work. What type of editing are you doing for them, Shannon? Or Lady One In? Rita steps on the stage. She's clearly not supposed to be on. Rita Margarita. Slaying it in heat. You can never have too much ceviche. Yeah, I audio record them. Awesome. Do you use Audacity for your audio recordings? Probably no current release. Okay. I have 3 of my books done, but haven't started editing any of my recordings. Oh wow, okay. But the editing part, that I mean, like the initial recording, of course, takes a long time period. But the editing part, I mean, depending on your setup, but that seems to be like the longest part. I think I mentioned this before. I was looking at being a audiobook narrator, and so I started like researching into it. And I was like, oh my word. And I've done podcasts and stuff before, but like there's just a lot to go into editing. Like it's like three times, what is it, three times the time it took to record it. I forget what the calculation is, but like, yeah, it's a chunk of time. That's why I really appreciate the narrators who have done work for my books. I mean, they've done an amazing job. Period. Like period. Great stuff. And I understand how much work it takes. Or at least mostly. Let's see. Oh, Millie, yeah, Millie, yup. Oh, Millie. I'll show her on stream later on. Maybe once she gets cleaned up here a little bit. I think I mentioned this the other day too, but she likes to play in the dirt with the other dog. So she's about shy of 40 pounds, but the other dog who likes to eat a lot, he's about 20 pounds. So he's like half her size. But ever since we got them roughly around the same time, Austin is the other one's name. I call him Austenicus. I've like so I've made whole like fantasy stories about Austenicus being this like noble dog that protects me during like invasion from fly creatures, whatever. But he's like this tiny little brown half poodle mixed dog who looks like a grumpy cat, but like in dog form. So he looks both like a puppy and old at the same time, and he's grumpy to any other dog, but loves us. I can't pick him up; he's dirty. I think he was on the screen last time. Deborah has picked him up. I'm like, yeah.
I'm trying to get them to get out of here, but I had to get my pipe
out. Okay.
And he's causing a ruckus.
I'm sure he is causing. So he causes the most ruckus, and so Austenicus, his name is Austin. But anyways, the story I was trying to get to is that Millie will just nerf herself and let him like jump on her so that they can play because she's like twice his size, and it's been this way since those two came together. So Austin is kind of a rescue, but we already had Millie, but they work well for each other. The older dog, he's about 50 pounds. He's just like, oh, I'm not trying to play with you guys. Meh, meh. So mind you, months before I got Millie's 2 years old now, but months before we got Millie, Roger, we had another dog with us. She passed, but Roger's all play. We got some new puppies, and he's like, nope, I'm done. Done. But yep, Millie or Amelia. Oh, let's see. This is about the editing. She wants to concentrate on typos and pacing. Oh, pacing. So typos, of course, yes, Bane. That is a Bane period. Pacing, that's something that I'm really still trying to look at. I know we looked at the emotional plotting and pacing. The other part that I think ties with that is looking at conflict and suspense. So James Scott Bell, he actually has one where she talks about suspense. And I think a lot about that because there was a book, it was like some audiobook, like L. Ron Hubbard, or the guy who created Scientology. He created some book series. He has like a magazine, I guess, that came out. Well, anyways, they were talking about one thing that is often missing from a writer's book when they get a rejection, and doesn't seem very precise, is suspense. And then they gave a really great example of like how you take a very basic action scene or basic hiding scene and make it okay, or make it very suspenseful. So ever since then, I'm like, that is a part of the craft. And I think if I can make it suspenseful, if I understand the elements of suspense, the pacing will also play. Like, yes, pacing is plot, but pacing is also knowing how to draw out that tension in a situation. So I think pacing is very important, and I'm really looking at suspense as well in alignment with that. So James Scott Bell, Shannon, who he has so many good books, but this one is not on Audible, so I can't get a audio version. It's not on Kindle Unlimited. So I'm like, oh man, gotta go old school with this. Okay. Anyways, moving forward here, and I'll get us caught up here so we can get to the focus writing and everything of the sort. Audacity, yes, in terms of the recording, Audacity. I appreciate Audacity. So many good plugins and other ways of making sure everything works. Yeah, I recorded, edited, and published one novella so far, and that's 27K words. It took me 3 months to edit, and that was working on it every day for hours. Wow. And I know you focus in, so wow, that is a chunk of time. That is a chunk of time. Let's see. And I just think about how much time just before you get to editing, like making sure you get the right voice and stay in character, you're clear, you're precise, all the things. That's a lot. I much just hired someone to do my audiobooks. So much work. Kudos, Shannon. Absolutely. Oh, and sorry, brain jump. Millie, I may have said this already. Her actual name is Amelia, but she just ended up being called Millie. She's cute, little fluffy, little poodle. She's so funny, so funny. Part of my issue comes from being partially tone deaf. Yep, yep, yep. Sometimes things don't sound right, and I'll re-record and re-record over and over to get it to flow when I put it all together. Right. So you have a little extra weight to make you kind of spend even more time on it. I do different voices for the characters, so I have to constantly refer to my notes to know what to do. I also use Audacity to manipulate the audio. Now, Shannon, I know you have a lot of stuff on your page. Do you have any videos of you actually going through that process? I'm just curious. That'd be something interesting to watch and see. Um, Not that if you don't have it, you want to do something like that now, but I would watch it. But I know, as we've talked before, that recording videos takes quite a bit of time, quite a bit of time. So I will be looking at recording some videos here soon. Because there's just some ideas I've had. I don't know. I've been wanting to record videos for a long time. So I'm still trying to make sure I think of things that are interesting and not be too like, oh well, everyone else has already said something about this stuff before. Man, what am I going to say? I'll point you to other people. It's like I probably have my own perspective, and then think about what things will have been helpful to me when I started this writing journey. So I think someone said before is like you don't have to be a master at your craft, but just a little bit ahead of someone else. So as they said, like where were you? What advice would have been useful to you 2 years ago? It's like an idea. So, and I've been doing this for over 2 years now. So I believe I've entered the third year of writing like this. So, yeah, provide some insight, maybe. Likely. We'll see. Hi, Mrs. Adeshile. On the key she has gone, run out. She is gone, but I'll tell her you wave to her. My sapphic paranormal thriller is about a half-fae witch trying to stop a necromancer wreaking havoc in a small Arizona town. Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. I like it. And you said you are editing, correct? So is there uh, a time in which you think we might be able to get our hands on this? Was that from the story grid we read as well? The suspense pacing, the story. So yeah, that's a good thing. Um, so I think about the pacing from story grid, just because they talk about how do I describe it? They talk about the emotion or the I, theme is a way to go about, but like they talk about like how certain genres have like life or death, and then a fate worse than death, and you go through that, and so I think in there we find elements of pacing on there most definitely, but I don't think they dove as much into. So they dove into a lot of things, right? But I don't think they dove into like the how to really the details of suspense building. Like it's very, I feel like it's kind of still is up a folder right above that. So I don't really see, or maybe I just haven't encountered, perhaps I haven't really researched enough, too many things that talk about suspense. But I will pull up here the name of if you give me just a second, I'll pull up the book that I'm talking about. Um, if I can get through my library fairly quickly. Oh, come on. It's asking me to sign into Audible. Come on. Come on. But in there, because the book I got, it was like a free download temporarily. So I was like, okay, cool, great. Um, oh wait, what in the world? So for some reason, I guess they made me sign out my usual account and randomly create a new account. Okay. Anyways, I will find it later on. Um, I don't know why Audible decided to be weird just now. Um, Sorry. Anyway, there's L. Ron Hubbard presents Whatever Like Fantasy and something else. And in there they just had 8 chapters. Like it really is it's a whole combination of fairly fun stories. Like the audio version is really good. Especially their stories about the gin, because they had a couple of them set up. And the one about like office, like working in an office with a guy that was like eldritch horror or something like that. And the notes they had to send to him about, not making people have existential dread and all this other stuff, and him not understanding it. Fun. It was a fun thing, and I will find it. But they had one chapter dedicated at least to the art writing, and it talked about suspense. And so it's really hard for me to kind of describe the entire scene because I'm still kind of wrapping my head around it. But definitely, they definitely showed like how a guy was kind of sneaking up on another military camp to gather some things, and he showed how like things could go at a pace where you kind of expect it, or things can be stretched in a way that makes you really worry about what's going to happen to the character next. And I was just like, yeah, that seems like if I can get suspense down, sorry, get my hands on the screen, suspense down, and emotion, um, and a fairly decent plot, or just a continuously moving plot. I feel like those things would be awesome. I really want to get suspense down, and of course the emotional feels. Um, and I think the plot will just kind of be a part of that period. But yeah, so I like the idea of keeping the stories moving. Um, and I'll talk more about that later on. But I like to keep things moving. Oh, anyway, I am like talking so much here. I am. Let me hurry up here and move on to next comment so we can get to crafting here. Yeah, Shannon's focus level is so hashtag goals. She's amazing, right? She is on. She's like, I can only imagine Shannon. I don't know if you have this, but I can only imagine Shannon's calendar. Like be it a visual calendar or a mental calendar, all the things she has to do. She's like, oh, I got this. I'm like, you are doing it. And how much is your word goal? I mean, I know you have feelings about where you're at in your word goal, but I know you're trying to get like, is it like 800,000 words or somewhere, or is it like near a million? Like, I know you're also trying to get a lot of words done in this year too. I know you've been busy because you've been preparing for a conference and and your Kickstarter campaign. So you have been busy. And of course, your podcast interviews as well. Thanks you for having me on there. So a lot, quite a lot, and all your streams as well. It might not take so much work for you, Rita. I have a disability that makes it harder. And talking about the recording and tone deafness. No, I don't have any videos about this re-recording the audiobook. Gotcha. Rita S.C. Houston. Maybe, LO. I don't know how OCD I get in recording studio with music. So narrating my book and editing it, I don't know if I could get out of my own way. LOL. Yeah, we want things a certain way. I can see it. True. Oh, Shannon, could totally do a video about that. Yeah. Typo. Sorry, I had a shrimp fall on my lap. Ceviche. So laudable. Me find time to make a video. Wow. Brought out the fancy words. Laudable. Nice. Maybe if I stop wasting time on sleep, I could use. See, that's that. See, I thought that too. And that's why I pass out half the time now. For all my years of choosing not to sleep, I could make videos. Me pushing more work into your lap. Shake my head. Sorry. Come on, Shannon. Oh goodness, it's okay. I wish I could do more. Yeah, your play, is full. Your capacity is there. It'd be easier to jump on a live stream and talk about this stuff. Well, you let me know when you're ready. Anytime I'm having this live stream, you can. And of course, you have your own. So, but you're welcome to jump on here and chat it up at any point in time. Oh, I'll try to remember this topic, and when you're live this week, I'll ask some questions. Perfect. Thumbs up. Sweet. Rachel, welcome back. She says, hello, good afternoon, everyone. If this matters to you, happy Mother's Day. You got this, adeshile, right? Suspensive pacing. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I really want to get the pacing down. I just, I have a tendency to have characters. Oh, computer's trying to update. How about we don't do that? Um, I have a tendency to have characters that are, they're deep, they're complex, and they can be a bit introspective. I remember having one critique, and they're like, "Oh, I wish they moved forward a little bit." You guys know how it is. Like critiques sometimes can stay with you longer than all the positives. But I was also
From
vulnerable. I was like,
software update.
okay, my computer just yelled at me about software update. Okay, we will do that later tonight. Thank you. I don't know if you all could hear that, but it startled me. But sometimes things stay, but I was already like, I want to make sure that my pacing's good. And other people who read it have had just fine. But I'm like, I want I want to write the kind of story where you can't you can't easily put it down. That's what I like, right? What writer doesn't want that, And typically, that falls in the realm of I think I think all stories, but thrillers are really good at that, right? Or at least this is what I hear. They're really good at it. I look at some of my post-apocalyptic, like, oh yeah, let me keep on going. Or my lit RPG, like Dungeon Crawl. All right, what's happening next? But I really just wanted like you get into the story and like, oh, yep, we're just gonna keep on flipping the page. Like, well, I was supposed to go to bed at 10 p.m. It's 1:30, but we're going to keep on reading. Like that's where I want to get at. So with time. But thank you. I got it. Got it. Oh, Rita. Yay. Oh yes. This is exactly the visual in my head. My word goal this year is 700K. Okay, I was close. Lower than what I got last year, but I did the Kickstarter this year. Yeah. Kickstart, how much time does that take? I mean, really? Well, it's only what, a week of time? I'm being very facetious to anyone just jumping on. Um, I also have a lot less help with the conference this year. Okay, I got you. But the things will be changing for the conference in the years to come. I will have more of my time back. Okay, I knew you had a lot of changes happening going on in terms of adjustments, but I didn't realize you had a lot less help this year. I thought maybe one person or two maybe may have been either stepping back or going to step back, but I didn't realize you were having a lot less help. We'll be making an announcement at this year's conference. Boom, boom. And the conference it's June, right? It's coming up. What's the dates? Hi, Rachel. Hi, Shannon. Okay, that was supposed to say, I want more of my time back. Oh, we got you. All right. Aha, Kickstarter, right? Oh, Kickstarter. So, and another hello. Let's see. Yeah, let's help. Plus a ton of setbacks and speaker changes this year compared to last year. And I remember you saying like last year went like clean, which is awesome. So I spent um like right before the a couple months ago, I had a subscription to Coursera, so I've been working over the year, and I've been taking a project management course for Google. So I've done projects due to work, but never like formal training in project management. So I did spend a lot of time, especially as my cert, like my time to get the certs or a certificate, not certification, certificate, as I was running out towards because my membership was coming to a close. But I remember there was just so much that you had to like prepare for and plan for, and like all the risk assessment, risk analysis, and all the things that might go wrong, and all the communication, all the stuff. And I was just like, man, like having it kind of formally laid out, I was just like, man, any big project is a lot. It's a lot of work. So, and like I said, I've done projects before, but like having more of a formal education on it is like, goodness gracious. So I'm glad last year everything went smooth, and like many props to all the work that you have done put to it. I mean, it's a lot of work. I haven't run a conference like that. I worked for college before, and oftentimes in like the student life side of things, like I mean, I had my director, but like we had like student events, and like there's a lot of planning, a lot of work done to that. We're getting paid to do this work, right? So, not that you're not, but I think this is free thing. So I think it's getting paid in terms of doing good work in the world, right? Feeling good there. But it's like that was, that was part of our main job. So that was just a lot of work. So more props to you. Hey Rita. Oh dang, I'm out of crackers for my ceviche. Crushing me. How much ceviche do you have, Rita? How much do you have? Um, so all right. I want to point us to the prompt that I have here. If you're and we can answer this on the next one when we come back. If your main character was on social media, if your main character was on social media, what would they post? If your main character was on social media, what would they post? So you have options here. You can use a main character from your current story or a main character from any book you want. So whichever you want. I'm going to go with the main character from my current story to make things a little bit easier. So, but whatever your preference is, whichever story you want to go with, what might they post? Okay, Rachel says I have 5 chapters left to edit and 3 to rewrite today. Okay. Oh, that's just it? Only 5? That's awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Praying to the right, guys. I can get this done today. All right. I made a whole pot. Wow. Like it should last a year. Like gumbo. Okay, fingers crossed, Rachel. Basically, I'm eating this every day for a week, but hoping it helps. In which case, it should be done by the weekend. I like making big batches that way they can stay. Like we made, I didn't have all the ingredients. We made a curry a couple of weeks ago. So the second time I made it, curry didn't come out as good as the first. We don't have all the ingredients we're supposed to have for it. But yeah, I like having food starting like if I can have it made on Sunday so I can eat for like 3 days, that makes life way easier. I basically eat it up until I pass. Oh my gosh. Wow. Exactly like gumbo. Okay. Well, you all rock. And I want to so I could keep chatting with y'all, but I don't want to stop you guys from getting whatever work you have to get done. So I want to respect your time here. So we will start moving on to our writing sprint here in just a second. Um, Hold on. Bruno's helping me pick up the strip I accidentally dropped. What is Bruno a lab? Yeah, I think that was what I was thinking. Was Bruno a lab? Is very cute dog, very cute dog. And as I'm talking here, so wait, I'm gonna switch stages here. Okay. I think the other has just got back. He's a lapé. A lapé? A lapé? Half lab, half Sharpay. Ah, lapé. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, folks. Well, let's get to it. Thank you. He's so lovely. Yeah, he's cute. He's a cute dog. All right, folks. Well, let us get to it. I'm going to mute myself here and we'll start the timer. It's 45 minutes, but 30 seconds added just so you can get yourself situated. We'll come back. We'll have this prompt we'll talk to and kind of catch up on how everything's going. So good writing to everyone. Sorry, it's not running for some reason. Give me 1 second, guys. And we've started. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Take a few seconds to adjust yourself, stretch the body out as you need to, move the fingers around, get a good yawn in from a good stint of work or doing something, right? Hopefully, not scrolling uh, the food web for chiffon cake. Is it? I forget how to say the word now. I almost the other day got into a whole food search. How did everyone go? How did everyone do? I had just a little challenge transitioning into the scene. I really didn't add anything to it yesterday, so I'm a little bit out. But it is a good scene to be writing. But I'm trying to get into the emotional weight of it because the characters have to have their a moment of talking. So it was just a little bit of a difficult transition. I got 267 words in, which is something. And yeah, I would like to get a lot more words in. So I might need to get a little coffee. We didn't get a lot of rest last night. We ended up watching World of Warcraft, the movie. So, which interesting enough, is a tragedy. Which, I mean, like, not that we watched it, but uh, thinking about the story grid and the things, the payoffs for different things. Like this story, like I would watch the movie too, but I could see why they didn't in some ways because it might be hard to sell a sequel to a tragedy. So, but anyways, a little foggy today, so I might need a little bit more caffeine to get myself in gear. So, anyways, I would like to get some thousands of words done today. Don't know how real that will be, but back. Last we were talking about. I think his name is Bruno, who's a lapé, half lab, half Sharpei, and you're welcome. He's very lovable. Rita says, "Okie dokie, I laid down some more papers. I think I'm done at the moment in the space I was working in there. Maybe transfer some herbs from baby terracotta pots to raised bed next. Oh, that's pretty cool. We were just talking about trying to do a raised bed. I like get like a horse war trough, and then add some buckets with some soil in there and keep the dogs away from it. Carla, working on edits of the Cat Shifter book after taking a break. Awesome. Cat Shifter. Shannon. I answer. Near my main female character. Uh, kiss your enemy or give him your real name. Either one could be the death of me. Oh, that's intro. Yeah, that might be a post already put up for them if you haven't done it yet. That's interesting. That is really interesting. So I don't have one myself as precise to the answer of like if your main character was on social media, what would they post? But mine, so if my character, so main female character, her name is Erin, if she were on social media, which is not very likely she would be, just given her like kind of private nature, if she were, if she were posting things, they would probably be Instagram pictures, and they probably would be and videos, and they probably would be of like survival clips because she goes off and like hunts creatures. So there'll be like clips of things she's either taken down or just has spotted. Maybe some survival posts like this is how you survive in this terrain, and probably workout sessions for other members of the organization she's a part of. She's in part of an organization called the Silver Dawn. Uh, they guard these rift tears where monsters come out, and they go in and explore as well to kind of fight against the creatures that come out. So she would probably put up posts like that, but she would be a huge social media person by nature. If anything, I guess if you've seen, what she'd be like at most, she'd be like David Goggins, who I feel is silly saying those two names together. But if you know David Goggins, he's all about hard work and moving forward, conquering hardening one's mind, right? Uh, and so I think her stuff, if she were to be vocal, would have that edge. But she being that like, you can see me doing stuff, but I ain't gonna say a whole bunch beyond that. Shannon got some chapters edited. Nice. Rachel got a couple chapters done. Yes. But now I had to run to the grocery store real quick. But I'll be back after. Yay. All right. Well, have fun going to the grocery store, getting all the good stuff. All right. Well, I think I actually, got one more here. Shannon. This was a recent scene in my work in progress, and I love the scene. Ooh, excitement. I actually didn't know what she would do, but she ended up giving her real name instead. Both are in secret orders, and she's an assassin. Oh, is this a scene between her and I imagine the other main character? This sounds interesting. My brain starts saying, well, what prompted her to give her what was the emotional uh, string that prompted her to give the real name? Hmm. As Shannon says, da 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 da, secret. Secret, guys. Gotta check out the book. I like it. I like it. Awesome. Awesome. I think it's a great thing when we get to a scene and we're like, this scene, I'm excited, it works, and we're rolling with it. I mean, that's the best. That's the best thing. I love when scenes are just going. I love it. Where I feel I've hit the emotional core. Ah, good times. Good times. All right, I'm going to get up another question here. And if there's no more comments, we can start on our next sprint. But if people have to use the restroom or something else like that, of course, take care of yourself. Let me see. I got a couple of questions laid up here. Let's see what our next one will be. This is kind of the question for this question set that I had the other day. This is actually the first question I was going to ask, but we'll put it up here now. What's a book or author that changed how you write? What's a book or author that changed how you write? And of course, I always like to think of like the how, what's the book, but like how did it change it? If you can share that. So that'll be a question for us to ponder over here during our after our next sprint. Let's see. The scene between her and the main male character. Oh. They were in a card game. She was cheating. All assassins might know how to do that. And getting everyone out. We're in his POV. He watches what she does, so he knows, right? When it's just them, he makes the bet for a kid. She says because she thinks she's going to win, of course. But he uses her trick against her and wins. Oh, that's awesome. Well, they are literally enemies in two opposing orders. Plus, she's a fire fae and he's an ice dragon, which is probably not good for that. Nice and hot. He can tell she doesn't want the kiss. And he's all about consent. Nice. She's mad because she doesn't want to be attached to him. She chooses to share her real name. Oh. Well, what is her name? What is the lady's name? He asked. I can see that now. He was like, no, the kiss isn't. The kiss is. Oh, I don't know. I can think of a whole bunch of scenes of how that language could go. Of course, I don't know those particular characters, but that's pretty fun. That's pretty fun. I like that. That's a good exchange, and that's very believable. Of course, depending on the story itself, but that can be a very believable, plausible exchange. So that's awesome. It's awesome. All right. Well, I think we have gotten to all the comments. Guess we will set this up for another sprint here. So I'll get us situated here. And I might grab some coffee myself because I think I need just a little bit. Also, I'm thinking maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Let me know what you all think. But I might I don't know. Shan, I know you were on this particular stream, but I saw a group of people um, doing a like a writing prompt challenge. I thought that was pretty cool. So I'm thinking I might do that at some point in time. Maybe today, maybe not. Maybe towards the end of the stream. I don't know. One of the things that I'm thinking of doing for my newsletter is just starting to write more vignettes. Right now, I share a chapter that pops up from my book, and then I share also updates. But of course, as people come onto the mail list, not everyone is going to be starting at the same place. So I've been thinking of starting to do kind of short story prompts, just so I can, one, so I can flex my skills and abilities, and the other is to um, give the readers something new. So I don't know, it's something I might do. What do you guys think about that? But yeah, all right. Well, I might do that today or some other time in future schedule. But yep, we'll get on to the timer here. Oh, let's start it proper. Start it proper. And go. All right, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hopefully, your stream was productive. I mean, your sprint was productive. I spent a little time trying to jazz myself up with a bit of music, followed by a hunt for coffee. Uh, to remember that the way I was trying to warm up in my microwave wouldn't happen because I think I blew a fuse or something like that. So I went to the basement to try to fix that, and I'm gonna have to deal with that later on. I'm afraid I'm gonna cut the stream off. So eventually, I realized I had a second microwave to a different outlet. So I finally got coffee, came back a little more energized from moving around and problem solving, and got some words in. And at this point where I was stuck, I guess I fell back on just strength. I don't know, but I had my character flash back to some words of wisdom, which this character does a lot. And it's particularly because of their background. They have I mean, they have essentially a lot of family. So multiple people have helped them, her grow up over the years. She lived a good chunk of time on the streets, and life was not easy for her. But sometimes we're lucky and find great people, and those people leave us with lessons. And so she had a brief flashback memory. I was like, oh, this works so good for characterizing these characters from the past and bring it present to the right now. So even though I had just a few minutes to get that in, I got 150 words in, which is nice. And I am at the 50,000 mark. So feeling pretty good about that. All right. And I also found the link to L. Ron Hubbard's thing I was talking about earlier, where there's a chapter they talk about suspense. Popping it into the stream now, maybe. Yes, and if you have an Audible subscription, it's free to download right now, just so you know. All right, let's catch back up to where we're at. Let's see. We're talking about starting the next sprint. Shannon said, let's do it. And then Rita said, oops, hold on. Let me switch our screens here so we don't have that in the background. There we go. Rita said, all right, T, I'm back. Missed the chat, man. But I did get the plants replanted, sweet, and cleaned up the backyard. Cool. Also got some footage for next lifestyle vid. Awesome. Serendipitous. Oh, I got that word. Nice, nice, nice. Out here is actually a pretty nice day. It was in the 60s. So for me, it's still a little chilly. I get cold pretty quickly, but it was still way better than most days. And me being in Indiana, it can be very gray out here, but the green has returned. And it's warm enough to be like, okay, I could be outside without a jacket on. Well, most people, me, I really preferred one, but we talked a little bit about planting, so I'm glad you're getting outside, getting some sun. Now I'm exhausted. Coffee Crate Connect, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, everyone. You are, I imagine, still working on working title Goodbye, Hello, or Hello, Goodbye. How's it going? How's everything today? I'm doing pretty good. Uh, Stayed up late last night and still a little groggy today, but glad to be here now. I'm getting closer to my final editing goals before I hire a beta reader. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Hey there. Hey, JC Carpenter. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad you could show up. Hope everyone's doing well today. Sweet. Hopefully everyone is. I think so. How are you doing today? Everything good for you? What you're working on? Um, let's see. Hi, JC. Hi, Rita. Yay! Also was able to fix a knob on my piano that's been annoying me for 2 weeks. LOL. Oh, do you have a grand piano or what have you? Or well, I guess that wouldn't have a knob, or would it? No. I didn't know you played piano. That's cool. 2.5 chapters edited. Oh, you're crushing it over there, Shannon. You are crushing it. Hey, JC. Carla, what we got here? Got a couple of chapters edited. Awesome. I know these are tweaks, but it needs to happen. Tweaks got to happen. Hey, Shannon. Hellos. Here's the link. I just started. When I start, does it pop out for you all? Like, does it keep it up somewhere in the chat? Okay. Oh, answers. Author Janet Ivanovich. Okay, so Janet Ivanovich is an author that's changed how you write. How has she changed how you write? If you have a sense, let's see, Shannon. I don't think there are any authors or books that has changed how I write. I study the way some of my favorite authors write certain things to figure out how they accomplished what they did. Usually scenes with lots of emotions because those are hard for me to write. But excuse me, but I usually incorporate ideas into the way I already write. I'm sure I've been influenced early in my life, but nothing comes to mind. Oh yes, the gray sky days of India. Yeah, Shannon, you lived out here. You know, I've lived there for 4 years for my high school days. You would know. You would know. It's and I don't know about then because I feel like the weather has been changing even more recently. But the longer I lived here, it seems even more like we really get like just two seasons. It's like winter, summer. Like just minimum springtime anymore. So it's almost like freaking like half the year feels like that. It's just winter. So yeah, that it's it. So what's great about Indiana, spring, summer, lots of green all around, especially on the outside of like the city I'm in, like, it's rural. So lots of green. You're on Interstate 70, I-70, like lots of green, 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 green everywhere. Winter hits, it's brown, gray, white. It's just like, oh, this is not, oh, not so fun. Not so fun. So dreary. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Janet Ivanovich talks about writing daily for 8 hours and puts out new book monthly. Holy smokes. That's awesome. She basically lives in her stories. So when I write, I found that practicing living in my story is great for me. Huh. So I hear you saying she lives in her story. I imagine you mean because she's like writing for 8 hours, but maybe she like really envisions herself in the process. So what I mean by that is one of the authors who has influenced me, especially in the very beginning, Dean Wesley Smith. I bring him up quite a bit, but one of the things he says like jump into your character's mind and see the world through the character's um, experience. So like what I mean is um, we go to a room and how we look at the room is going to be very, very different. Like someone might be like, oh, it's so bright and clean and nice. The other person like, this is a chaotic mess. Who chose this color scheme or whatever. But like how we see the world, um, is we have the character experience the world through who they are. I don't know. I read some of his pieces before. I could see like, man, I might not have picked up on this, and how you're talking about this vegetation here is very different than how this other author would talk about vegetation, and not in just the detail, but like the mood in which they talk about it. So I'm curious how you think she lives in her stories. JC says, I'm doing okay, just editing my video. Oh, what video are you working on? I have a mini grand piano that MIDI Digi Bluetooth capable for the studio and an acoustic upright that I inherited. It has a pull over knobs to protect the keys. Oh, cool. MIDI grand. Nice. And a MIDI Digi Bluetooth. Cool. Um, we have a little extra keyboard in here that doesn't really belong to anyone anymore, but I would like to play on it. But a regular piano would be nice. I also have a guitar, but the freaking strings are broke. It's old classical guitar, but it's a classical classical electric, but not like electric guitar. It just allows me to plug an amp in, but it still has nylon strings. I like classical guitar. I also like metal music. So I suppose there's actually some similarities between them, even though they seem like on very, very different things. So maybe they're just different sides of the same scale. See scale? See what I did there? Um, No, but if you go to YouTube, you can pin your comments to the top of the chat. Okay, got you. So I can either be into YouTube Studio Creator. Thanks, JC. You can pin any comment in the chat, go to YouTube side and click the three dots to the right of the comment. All right, cool. And I've come to realize I'm going to have to try to uninstall, reinstall OBS because I've come to realize that StreamYard has a amount of hours, I think, that allows you to live stream them before you have to pay. I think so. So I remember, Shannon, we were talking about, you being grandfathered into their payment plan. So I was looking at the one they have now. It's like, this is, I mean, they say, hey, we're a business, we have to make money. Most people only do 20 hours or so. I'm like, okay, well, that's, I appreciate that. But I was like, I don't, it was like $8 or $9 for a year plan, but like 9 times 12, right? So I was like, it was like 50, like 10 or 11 a month. I forget what it was. So I was like, this is a little expensive. And I tried to start up my OBS, but it has not been starting correctly. I would love to do that, Rita. I want to spend 8 hours just writing. Just writing. Rachel, welcome back. Okay, I'm back and ready to get some more work done. Awesome. We're almost wrapping up with comments here, but more comments are always welcome. I love getting to the flow state. Yeah, flow state, which only happens for me when I'm writing for long periods of time. But it's disconcerting to come out of it and realize that was not the real world. So you really are like deep, deep in it. Like you are living it. Do you? So, so flow state, like you're in the zone, you're writing, you're going. But do you also feel like you experience your world when you're writing it, when you're in that state? I feel like that is like when I get into flow state, I know it's easy for me to write about characters like dialogue or their certain responses to the situation, like emotionally charged responses, and then I kind of lose track of time. But like getting all the feels is, really experiencing is deep. Welcome back, Rachel. A weekly vlog I post every Monday. Awesome. Didn't know that. Cool. Let's check it out. I would not use StreamYard at their current rates. Yeah, it's a little once again, I understand they're a business, but it's a little expensive. And I think there might be some other competitors out there. If not, I'll just find something else. If not OBS, then I'm sure there's something else out there. I think Stream Labs is a different one too. That was from Twitch originally. I don't know. Or maybe I had to go through Twitch and restream, use the restream app. I don't know. No, you don't need to go into the studio. Go to the YouTube side and click on your stream and find a comment. Cool. Yeah, StreamYard gives you 20 hours a month on the free account. Okay, so that's good to know because it just only takes a few streams then to reach that if you're doing kind of, what we do. I think I was grandfathered in just for this year because I was in a special plan that they only offered once, but now they put me in their new plan. I think when this year is up, they'll charge more. Yeah. Yes. Now I'm in the flow state. Okay. I don't even realize I'm right. It's like I'm watching a movie. That is awesome. That is awesome. That's awesome. I try to make sure that is for the readers. I don't, and maybe this is what slows me down. I think I like sometimes or oftentimes more than I want, I'm kind of trying to make sure things are going the way that I want, or like, how am I saying this? So maybe I'm feeling it out, the words, the language of it. And sometimes I miss, or a lot of times I miss the cinematics. And then sometimes I'm in there. Um, I'm very much in there when I'm just walking about thinking about the story, and then I can see it and get it, which would be a perfect time, as we talked about, Shannon, in terms of doing a voice to text. So I really need to get on top of that there. See, the 20 hours a month is good for me because I only stream the 1 day a week. But if I stream like Shannon does, I would have to pay. I'll have to pay. Yeah, I may have to pay as well. So yeah, I'm gonna have to look for something else because yeah, I don't like subscriptions, and I understand business practices, but I need my pennies. I need my pennies. Devin likes Evmux. Evmux. I'm probably saying it all jacked up. Eve Mux. Let me, let me pull that up so I don't forget. Eve Mux. Video streaming software. Okay. Well, I at least have it up and okay. I will check that out later on. I have it now. Thank you. Okay. I've seen people try various streaming platforms, but honestly, StreamYard seems like the best one with less problems. Yeah. I mean, it seems like such a simple and direct interface. I used OBS before, which is great system, but I didn't like. I feel like for whatever reason, like my camera's lighting wasn't as good from there. Like it did different stuff, and I feel like I had some other challenges. Like gave me a lot more control with other elements, but didn't give me the ease of like just popping on and like going. And you know, sometimes you just want things to be simple. All right, let's see. OBS is free, but it comes with a learning curve. It's one I'm wanting to learn though. When if Streamyard charges me more, gotcha. Yeah, at one point because I tried game streaming, which is not a problem. Why I'm like, oh, I tried game streaming. I did try it. Um, I enjoyed it. I even had like overlays set up and stuff like that. But um, I don't know. I don't. I think it was more challenging than I liked. But those are fun times. Oh, I watched Matt Wolf for all the latest in AI. Matt Wolf. There's an open source AI program that just came out for transcription. Oh. So you curl what you want to say on or off the platform, and they can transcribe like 20 minutes of audio in a few minutes with a 6% error rate. Oh, nice. Here's the link for that program. It's on the Hugging Face platform and open source, so don't need any APIs. Okay, the Hugging Face platform. I've never heard of that before. Let me go to the YouTube side here real quick, and I will because I can't seem to click on it from this side, but I want to make sure that I don't lose that. But I can get back to that later on. Anyways, so I think, like I mentioned, the author that has impacted my writing, Dean Wesley Smith. I mean, like he's written the most about writing to the dark or intuitive writing that I came across, and I just think while it may not completely change stylistically, like the prose of my work, I think it does because I try to jump into characters' head and experience things. But so Stephen King says something the same or similar. I think just the way that I've approached writing overall, I've made multiple decisions that because of his advice that I think have helped me. Now there's some that maybe not have helped me as much, but like he's definitely influenced my writing. Like he believes that people know story, and I have that belief as well. Between him and his wife, they talked about being mindful to not polish out your work, like don't over polish your work. The example that his wife gave, um, Christine Catherine Rush, um, she was talking about Midsummer Night's Dream, and she was like, the one challenge that a person might have when taking that to like a reading group and having people critique it is that her herself would say, hey William, like this is a great piece here, but you have two endings. Cut the second one and keep it moving, right? That's what she would have done, or at least likely. And she said there are so many people who have enjoyed the ending of that play, that the world, essentially the world would have lost. So, one has to be mindful, very mindful. So I approach I just approach things a little bit differently. Um, so between his wife and him, like just how I go about writing is different. I can go into more detail about that some other point in time, but yeah, definitely big impact. Jump into my character, see the world, be okay with discovery writing and some different ways of doing discovering writings to make it get it done. Developed by NVIDIA. As you can see, they've really been delving into the tech side of AI. They make really great graphic cards. My go-to for all what I do for videos and graphic design. Cool. Shannon, do you build your own computer? They also make all kinds of computer hardware. I just like the graphic cards. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Well, I know everyone has more work that they need to get done. I don't want to overtalk. So I will be adding up another prompt here once our counter starts. So, anyways, I'm going to get that going. Oh, I'll see these comments and we'll get going. I don't build my own PC, but my brother built mine. Awesome. We talked through all the specs before he built it. Awesome. Yeah, I was just watching a author or at least someone talking about writing, talking about the importance of a computer for writer. Like the things we look out for, like RAM, because all those tabs, like me, they take up a lot of RAM and makes everything slow down and wears out the hardware, etc., etc. But yeah, all right, let's get over to the counter. Oh, don't start without me, timer. All right. Okay, everyone. Well, happy sprinting. We're starting the timer now with a 30-second buffer. 45 minutes and go. Okay, everyone. That was that sprint. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right. I was just a minute or two off. Had to run to the restroom, so got a couple extra minutes sprinting in if you needed it. How'd it go? How'd it go for everyone? I was writing a scene where the character finally gets to talk about some of their past history. They get to be somewhat emotional in a way in which they can be emotional. This is like we worked hard to get to this point where they feel like they could trust the person enough to share this information, but also it work for who they are in terms of like the next thing they need to do or what they need to ask about. Uh, so yeah, that's very refreshing. Like this is stuff I like to write. So I've been waiting to get to this point for a little while now. So um, I'm pretty excited about that. I got about 272 words in, which is good. Good for me. Um, and yeah, that's what I got going on right now. All right, we'll check the comments and see where we're at now. See where we're at. And just a reminder, Shana had put up a link for the program if you're looking at some transcription goodness. So check that in the chat. And let's see. Coffee Great Connect. Oh no, I missed the entire chat break, but I did surpass my goal for a day. So oh, awesome. I'm glad you surpassed your goal for a day. That's so awesome. It gives you a head start on the next day that you go win. Like, oh, it's always good. Good momentum. Good momentum. Let me know if you want to keep on moving forward. Also, I was going to say, if you want an extra beta reader, I am more than willing to be a beta reader for you. Don't even gotta pay me for it. I'll just be a beta reader for you. But if not, that's fine too. But I'm here for it because your story sounds like a good old Hallmark movie. So just so you know, I'm here and available to do that if you want. No pressure otherwise. So let's see. Also, a book that I loved reading on the topic of writing was Reader's Digest: A Guide to Good Writing. Oh, Reader's Digest, our guide to good writing. What did you like about that? You might say it in the chat notes, but I'm going to put this up here. Reader's Digest, a guide to good. This Reader's Digest, a guide to sewing. I actually wanted to get into sewing at one point. To good writing. All right, I got that up for me to check out later on. All right. Coffee Crate Connect says it breaks it down to very small chapters that are easy to digest. No pun intended. But feel free to enjoy the pun nonetheless. As far as side character, I would say Aunt Amy. We do see a few passages from her dairy at one point in the book, her dairy farm, I take it, and she does play a pretty significant role at a certain point in the book. So that is, I believe, in response to about side characters. Which side character from your own work in progress deserves your own spinoff? So Aunt Amy. Can you tell me a little bit about Aunt Amy, like her personality and anything else? My husband thinks, and my husband and I think have thought about even if for my own pleasure writing spinoff, where we see the main character's parents and aunt growing up. They all grew up in a foster care. Oh, that would be cool. That'd be cool if you just um you write for your own pleasure, and it even so you write for your own pleasure, you have it for yourself. But then if you want to have a reader magnet, or you got to that point where you want to have like cool extras or something like that, I mean, there's a whole bunch you could do with it. So if you do it for your own pleasure, I mean, there's many ways you could still use it later on if you didn't want to publish it as a regular book. So that's cool. And I would also be curious. I mean, I don't know as much about Aunt Amy, but like, still think that that'd be this interesting idea. And it was not a pleasant situation. Plus, we see a lot of plot twists in the books that could definitely be expanded in a spinoff. Cool. Cool. Oh, did we not come back for break? No, I was just a couple of minutes late. I had to run to the restroom. Maybe I missed it. Oh. I was thinking the same thing. SD Houston. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you, AC Carpenter. You did miss it, Shannon. Oh, okay. Got another chapter done. Oh, and I'm hyping myself up for my rewrite. Sweet. Got 4.5. Nice. Got 4 point something just crawl on me. Got 4.5 chapters edited that time. Nice. 7 more chapters. I'll be halfway done. Sweet. Which means I might be able to get this work back to the author by the end of the weekend. All right. Crushing it. Let's see. Edit another couple of chapters. Not a chapter, chapters. It's long, hard, slow work. Yeah. Coffee Create and Connect, where we're talking about the slow process of editing sticky sentences. I know, Carl, I know you said there's slight adjustments. I don't know if there's something particular, but yeah, the editing part can be a challenge. And I know when getting to clunky sentences for me, or clunky or sticky, or however Perrone likes to describe it. I did have a point. They have a good reason to point out the sentences, but yeah, it can be a process. I have edited down all the chatty bits of my video and the B-roll, so now I'm ready to set the music to. Okay, nice. Now you said this is your weekly Monday video, so JC, I haven't really gotten to check out most of your material. So what do you cover in your videos, or your Monday videos? Are they like updates, weekly updates, or what is it? You might have already mentioned it, so if you did, sorry if I missed it. Then Dale texts me if I can beta read his next book to come out. Sweet. YouTube for yeah, you'd be a great person to ask to do that, right? YouTube for offers. I'm like, I'm busy, but this is right up my alley. He doesn't need it back until Friday, and it's nonfiction. So yeah, you'll get through that fairly quickly. Only 40K words. Sweet. He is putting books out there right now. He is constant on that. But I mean, after you've been, he's been putting so many videos out, he has so much material to draw from, whatever his system is, he just put it together. So I said, yes, sweet. What am I doing to myself? But no, there's an awesome person, so happy to help. Now, Shannon, now you need to just also add a video on, I'm joking, the best with you. See, this is, you are so busy and you get even more busy. But they say that if you want something done, go to a busy person. So Shannon, you are that person. You're a person that gets stuff done. So awesome. Shannon, just hand it off to one of your clones. LOL. Answer to the question about which characters from your work in progress deserves their own spin-off. Oh yes. In this book is Vampire, who has a spin-off. Oh, Vampire, who has a spin-off coming. I've written 2 chapters. It's called Feast of the Blood and Broken. Oh, she's the first vampire, so it's her origin story. Holy smokes. I am stoked to read. I'm ready to read that. I'm ready to read that when that comes out. I write with vampires in my urban fantasy stuff. So awesome, especially with his origin story stuff. That's pretty sweet, because I have vampires, but I also have, it's like Nosferatu, vampires, Pompier. So I have 2 different branching orders. So awesome, good vampires, yay. And laughs about the clone. Laughs about the clone. Yeah, Dale had 12 books written that hadn't been edited and revised because he was doing the YouTube thing. Oh, wow. So now he's just essentially, what's the term? Rapid releasing now. That's awesome. So yeah, these books that need to be reworked. It's amazing how I balance life with writing. Given my current circumstance, my videos have mostly become blogs since I lost my home, everything. But I used to post other videos too. Well, blogging is pretty awesome. Sorry, man, that's that's unfortunate circumstances. But I'm glad that you're still making stuff. Try not to, because it's still making stuff happen. So, um, rolling, rolling. He was publishing one every month for the first 6 months, but then he took a couple of month break because publishing a book every month. I mean, man, I guess we might as well take a break from that. I guess. Vampire. Okay, Vampire. Nice. I'm afraid of anyone reading Feast of the Blood and Broken. Well, yeah. Urgor is quite gruesome to start, and it will keep a dark tone all throughout. Nice, nice. Well, whatever you're done, yeah, I'm fine with gruesome. I mean, if it's Human Centipede, and it might be a little rough, but a little bit. But I don't know. But cool. Either way, that's awesome. Add more to the vampire stories. It'll be a fancy romance, but in such a different way. There is a he that happily ever after at the end, but they'll both be dead or undead. Huh? Huh? I'm trying to. I mean, what's the alternative? Can't just let the dreams die. I think So one, I feel it's unfortunate what's going on with everything, but um, to maintain strength during hardship and maintain routine during hardship is impressive. Like humanity, we're built to fight back, but things can really derail us, and we can lose sight and track of things. So, I mean, and losing one's home is not it's not a that's not no joke. So still going on. But yeah, I mean, that's the best. There is really no alternative. You're trying to live your best life. Trying to exist to the fullest despite what's going on. Yeah. But I think there's a lot of strength in there, and so I was just recognizing, that's awesome. Not undead, but dead. Okay, got you. Major trigger warnings. Dark tone, you say. Say less, Shannon. Say less. Uh, like I said, trigger warnings. This community has really kept me going. That's awesome. That's awesome. I support networks, groups, right? I mean, that's key. That's key. I don't want to jinx myself, but yeah, I don't know if I've been able to keep things rolling if I lost my home. There's been many times I've tried to do stuff, and way less things have interrupted me from pursuing what my things were. So, like, I don't know if I could have done that. Maybe, pushed in. I'm like, this is what I'm doing, but like, props to you, and I'm glad the community is out here to help you keep on moving on. And I think I mentioned a couple of days ago, it's like it's interesting now that I get to be, a part of this community that I didn't really know existed. I know Shannon was talking about, the author tube community and stuff like that, how she got part of it, but like the first year of me writing, for the most part of it, um, I was just by myself. Now it was okay, but stressors started kicking in. I think it was towards the end of the first year that I came across T.L. Russell life, and then Margaret Pinyard, and I watched some of their stuff, I think. And then I lost what happened. Either I couldn't find when they're streaming, or at least for T.L. Russell. But anyways, I went essentially a year without writing community, and now towards the middle second year and after, I think somewhere in there, I started finding this community. Anyways, what I'm saying is, like, it's great. It's like, man, being around people that understand the joys, the challenges that are with writing, being able to work together is pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome because you know you people don't. I was talking. One of my friends is he writes. He's an author as well. He's got a book out there. Um, He writes. He has stories that are ready to. He has, I think, 2 books that are. I think he just needs to get them published now. But he's like, yeah, well, how many people get to say that they know writers, that their friends are writers? Like when you got to call a writer friend, how many people do you think of come to your mind? Now, I work in academia, so I can think of them, but it's not the same, right? It's not the same. When you just think about like a fiction writer or a nonfiction writer that doesn't have anything to do with like something that's just an academic pursuit. It's like, that's not everyone knows writers that they could just call up. So here we get to talk to fellow writers. It's great. All right. As using lots of blood because well, it's vampires. Vampires. I love this community. So good. Thank you for that. That's like not a problem. You rock. You rocking, rocking. Major critical part of it. Yeah, Shannon, I still appreciate. I remember getting onto your stream. I kind of forget maybe how I got there. Like maybe it was from Marcus, whatever. But you're like, hey, you're like, I'm gonna try to figure out your name. I was like, I appreciate that. You're like, I'm tone deaf, but then you were like, you already put effort into it, and I was like, she rocks. That's awesome. That's awesome. And I am not. I don't think I am tone deaf, but like that, I also paid attention to that because I remember. Um, and being earlier in school going into like the music program, whatever, they're like, I think you're tone deaf. So I don't think that's true. I don't bring it up. But like when you said that, I was like, man, like you are going, you're doing a lot. I'm not. I do not believe I'm tone deaf. I remember someone saying that, like, what are you talking about? But you're like, I'm tone deaf. So like that adds certain challenges. And I'm like, but she shows the respect to say, I want to make sure that I know how to say his name correctly. And given the fields I've worked in and some of the people I encountered, not everyone cares to show people that level of respect. So you rock, you rock, you rock. Hearts. Yes, Tiffany TL Russ lifestyle. She hasn't streamed in a little bit because she has a lot going on, but yeah, she's amazing. Yeah, she's awesome. I just couldn't like for whatever reason I couldn't find her stream again, and I think back, it's like, dude, just look at back of your book. So I wrote a short story, essentially, or well, it's a little bit longer than a short story, but it was because of a sprint that she was doing. I actually referenced her in the back of it because we were just like, hey, we're going to just go and write something new. It's like a short story sprint or whatever. And that got me to write Blood and Bonds, which is a werewolf story with romance werewolf story. And it's actually the book that if I weren't working on a book I'm working on right now, is the book I would be writing. So this was supposed to help lead me getting back to that, writing the sequel to that book. But yeah, she's awesome. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Very, very grateful to her for having had that sprint and making that happen. Emma, hey, hey, hey. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you working on today? Like button, boom. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hey, Emma. I started training with my gym trainer a month before publishing my debut. Huh. And now it's nearly 4 years later, and he says the same thing. Like, who can say they know like who can say they know a writer? Yeah. Yeah. It's like while we do it, is what we do. It's like, yeah, who how many writers can I call up? Well, you all may now have writers you can call up, but like in my general think about like, no, that's not it. Shoot. Sometimes when I talk to people about writing stories or books, it's just which reasonably in some ways, such a foreign idea. I was like trying to explain to people like, yeah, I write fantasy. They're like there might be not really be a concept for that, you know. So yeah, knowing writers is pretty awesome. Hey JC, I hope you're well. Hi Emma, the highs. Hi Shannon. Shannon's definitely amazing. Yay. Oh, Tiffany's the origin story for one of your books. Yep, yep, yep. Oh yeah. Like I am super stoked, and if I can ever find a way to uh help her out in some way, I will do it because yeah, it's sometimes the be in the right place at the right time, but part of that is people providing the opportunity there. So she had provided that opportunity and in a friendly community. And man, I got a book from it. It's actually, even though it's a shorter book, I think is one of the books that people like the most. Like it is the one that I hear the most. Like, so, when are you gonna follow up with that book? When's that coming out? When's the sequel? Waiting for a sequel here. Waiting for a sequel. So yeah. So I'm very glad she had that sprint. Uh, I know that's so cool, writer friends, right? She would appreciate that so much. Uh, which one saying I might missed it, JC. Um, but well, I've been finishing an editing job and now I'm making some notes on a news story. Oh, cool, cool, cool. Now, Emma, I know you're right. Are you also an editor as well? Like as in general? Ooh, news story. I love those moments. Oh, Terry, you said that. I appreciate JC. I appreciate that. Thank you. I really do. Thank you so much. She rocks. So it's going. Is it something you'll be able to write anytime soon, or like one of those things where you're going to make notes for a later time? At Emma Bennett. Let's see. It's a Christmas book set in Italy, so a research trip will be needed. Other cool stuff writers get to do. I'm starting writing it next month. I forget who was saying that. But someone was talking about like why are all their books in these nice little areas? It's like, yeah, uh, travel trips. Of like, uh, one day, absolutely. I mean, oh gosh, yeah. I can imagine the places I would love to go. I really like architecture, so um, the one time that I got to like travel, I got to take. It's when I learned that I like architecture. I really like buildings. So going to some older countries or just in general, it'd be awesome. Tiffany would appreciate you saying how awesome she is and that she's still in her 400 bucks. Cool, cool, cool. Nice. Yeah, man. So yeah, maybe I'll just reference her again when I write the follow up because she's definitely referenced in the end of the first book there. So, but yeah, she rocks, rocks. Yay! Author community, exciting. All right. Yes, I'm an editor, book coach, and creative writing instructor as well as a writer, doing all the things, all the things. Architecture, I would think you travel for the food. Well, I do also like taking pictures of food. And yes, yes, I would eat my share of food. That is funny. I am a foodie. Yeah. So when I got to travel, I ate, I had a limited budget, unfortunately, but oh boy. My favorite thing was chocolate, hot chocolate, but it's different than like what we usually have here in the States. And churros, like little long donuts. Oh gosh. Oh, I love. Oh, yeah, yeah. I best not think about the food part too much now. But yes, I guess at this point I would do both. Pictures of architecture and pictures of food. Oh my goodness. Oh, and I should probably answer the question here as well. So, which side character from your work in progress deserves their own spinoff? So, funny thing is, the character that I just referenced as like a memory character, like character giving advice to Aaron, who's my main character. Um, her name is Rena, and she is an elf, and so there are three people, else, three people that are older than Aaron, who kind of helped raise her as she kind of came off the streets. Like not no one truly took complete ownership. Well, one guy did sort of, um, but but they kind of helped her. So we have um, Rena, who's an elf, um, Rena, Torleg, and Rex. Rena is an elf. Torleg is a dwarf. Rex is a human. Torleg, the dwarf, owns what's called the Crooked Crown, which is a inn, serves lots of good drink, um, lots of heavy hard drink, I should say, especially uh, fermented honey. So he sells that kind of stuff, and Rena is one of the people that is a server there, right? And then Rex works for a group that I mentioned before called the Silver Dawn. They're kind of a mercenary guild that protects from monsters, especially monsters that come across the dimensional rift, basically from the pocket realm. Now, Aaron just knows that Rex, who's a member of the Silver Dawn, um, is like a warrior, right? And that these other two are his friends. What Aaron does not realize, even though it's so part of these guys' characters, is that all three of them were their own set of mercenary type adventurers before. So Rex, he's kind of the powerhouse guy, but Rena, who's very friendly but sharper tongue, kind of teaches how to like interact with people socially. She was the rogue of the group, and then Torleg, he was essentially like the alchemist. So um, explosive potions and all that kind of stuff. That was his background. He was also a I believe he would also be kind of a merchant as well. So they actually all can have their own series of them going on adventures. And Erin, who's the main character in this book, has no idea. Like she knows Rex can do a whole bunch. She knows Torleg is grumpy, and she knows Ren is good with people. Um, but no, that whole group could have their own side. Like they need to have their own side story because they're pretty awesome. And it's funny because Aaron like makes comments about wanting to make sure that Torleg and Ren are safe because Torleg has a what's it called, apiary, a place where the bees are at in some dangerous places. That rift monsters, dimensional rift monsters, could come through, and Aaron is concerned about them. Like, you need some guards, and the other, and it's like they don't need any of that. I mean, they might because the creatures are dangerous, but like they're much more capable than they seem. So those are my spin-offs. Love the alliteration, Crooked Crown. Yes, thank you. Yep. It is and this tavern is so funny. They're not funny. They're in, so it's a port city on a river, and they're in a district called the Outer Ring. And so you get all kinds of travelers there. So general, venture, mercenary types, commoners, and then nobles who have found themselves on hard times, which is part of the name Crooked Crown. But yeah, I like it. I didn't come up with the name, but I have the name and I've used the name, and the name works. So answer. I started writing my first series, which has meant setting up side characters for their own stories, and it has been so fun. I have a shy artist who's going to be swept off her feet soon. Okay. Nice. That sounds fun. Nice. All right. Well, I am going to put up another one, and I'm going to mention it before I throw it up there because you don't have time to find this or have no idea. It's fine, and let me know in the comments if I should switch to a different question. But I kind of popped it up for a few times earlier, but I'm going to put it up there now and see what y'all ladies think about. What's the line, or some, I want to put a line. What's a line from your work in progress you're secretly or proudly obsessed with? So I do like Crooked Crown, although the name was given to me, like given for me to use, but I already do like the Crooked Crown. But like I do have a line that I would like to use. But I feel like this is one of those questions that could be really easy, like either like or you're like, I don't know. So let me know in the comments you guys think this is a good question. If not, I will throw up a different one. I just don't want to distract people too much from whatever they might be working on. But I also wanted to give everyone a chance to kind of reflect on something awesome and to like say the name of the work in progress, like put the title up for the book, or if there's a pre-order link or anything like that to just kind of showcase what your book is. So sounds like a good prompt for everybody. Yays, nays. Let me know before I start the counter here. And while we are doing that, let me add another prompt in the background for the just in case. Just in cases. Yeah, this is a question I wanted to ask. Oh, Aria, actually had it up there. Great. Got it in there. Oh, I was going to say too, if I think I'm not sure everyone's answered the question, but there's a question that you come across like, hey, I didn't answer that yet. Still feel free to throw it up there. All right. Shannon says, sounds good to me. Oh, where did the banner go? Huh. Nope, nope, nope. Wrong one. Okay. All right. Well, I am going to get us going. Uh, we'll start the counter here. So, and hey, once again, thank you everyone for showing up here today. I really appreciate that. It's nice talking to a group of authors. That's cool. And if there's anything I can do to help you, if there's any updates or anything cool you got going on, feel feel free to share them in the comments or ping me to share them, etc., etc., etc. I can. My email address is adeshile.writes at gmail.com. So, all right, switching screens. Okay, and we'll start a 45-minute sprint with a 30-second buffer to gather yourself and whatever else you need to do. And also, don't forget if you need to get water, stretch, whatever. Don't forget to take care of your body as well. In this, all right, and starting. Well, I was going to say starting now, but it decided not to start. Give 1 second, guys. I don't know why it's been doing this. And starting. All right. And welcome back. Welcome back, everybody, from the sprint. Welcome back. Welcome back. How did it go for everybody? I think I got to finish the first emotional kind of beat I had planned or was thinking through. So now I'm doing one person has given to open the door, the proverbial door. Now the other person needs to respond. Now my little energy levels have dropped a little bit, so I got and so I need to kind of focus in to make sure I get the next part together. But I have to think about because it's a character talking about their magic and kind of their past, and I want to make sure I interweave that kind of expression in a way that makes sense and has emotional impact and meaning for the story. But definitely think it's a big jump for the main character or forward movement. And so then we'll wrap that scene up and then more crazy, more stuff, and move them along to the next thing. So, all right. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Yep. I was having some issues with the video. I don't know why it's done that recently. So JC Cooper like, yep, technology likes to mess with us. Absolutely. Absolutely. I said, right. And I got stuff in the way. All right. So first response, I believe, to the prompt of what's a line from your work in progress that you're pretty proud of. So there's a whole banter about music between the MCs. Uh, it's my job to be clean up this mess. And no Jimmy Buffett. And how do you know I wasn't singing the Livingston Taylor version? I tease. Oh, fun. Good times. I am curious about how their voicing would be for the main characters. But fun. No. Was sing the Livingston Taylor version. Rita, welcome back. Okay, I'm back. Ran some errands to Hubs. Nice. Got more ceviche. Okay, no judgment on my line. Okay, yeah, no judgment outside of like, hey, this is cool. If that's okay, judgment. Welcome back, Rita. All right, here we go. See if I can get some kind of narrating voice in here. So, answer. In the curse of spikes and smoke, my assassin has to feign weakness in a situation where she's trying to draw out information about her missing brother. This means also allowing the other Faye believe he has control over her. He's a sadist and enjoys cutting her to see her red blood. Parentheses, because she's mixed Faye and something below him, quote unquote. Eventually, she tires of the game and she takes control using her iron needles in his pressure points. Right before she unalives him, she says back to him a lie he just said to her. Uh-oh. You have my permission to scream as loud as you want. Oh, cutting hard. You have my permission to scream as loud as you want. Oh, yeah, no. Well, she awesome after that. My Omega Readers really love that scene, and I really like that line. Awesome. Oh, that's good. Oh, and Rita, I don't know if you got a chance or if it's something into, but we were sharing like a line or something from our work in progress that we're really proud of that we enjoyed. Hearts, yeah, it was a good line. You have my permission to scream as loud as you want, man. Coffee Crate Connect, yay, you're back. Sorry, once again, completely missed the chat break. It's all right. I would absolutely love it if you beta my book. Yeah, sure. Adeshile.writes. I will do like that broken up version of the email thingy. You know what I'm talking about, so that you don't get spam from the interwebs. And then I'll just say, is that Gmail? So I've said it, you heard it. Well, I don't even have to do all that. You see it actually writes in the thing. So, anyways, all right. Well, yay. Um, all right. OMG, why talk to text? Why? Sorry about the massive amount of typos. I promise my document is well edited and much easier to read. You're good. You're good. Here's a line. Here's a section from mine coming up. And the background is that our main character is fighting like a kind of a wolf creature, but it's massive. It's like I forget what size I said, but it's huge. I mean, like it's at least the size of a deer, maybe the size of a cow. I forget right now, but it's fairly large, and it can jump between. It uses illusion magic. It can play with your memories. It basically can break you down from the inside, and it feeds on turmoil or pain, suffering. So it's a monster, and it's not the easiest thing for her to have to fight, given this condition she's in. And so before this, she has kind of a thought pack around, but all the time she's been, you know, people might consider her hot headed or whatever else. Um, and she's just had some, I think at this point, she's just had to go through some challenges with the creature in her own like mindscape or what have you. At least I think that's what happened right before. Very certain. But mine goes here. Stuffing is poison because that's what she thinks of it as. Stuffing is poison, but it's a creature. Snuffing his poison out wasn't a matter of prideful obstinance. This was a matter of principle. Aaron drew her blade, body poised, and eyes analyzing. She beckoned the creature forward, sort of like the little like come hither hand gesture. She and her presence completely composed. Let us parley with blade and fang. She charged. So let us parley with blade and fang. That's what I really appreciated that. Sorry, it's chopped up like it did. It didn't even give spaces in between the words. It's really weird. But yeah, I just like parlay. Let's parlay with blade and fang. Nice. 3 chapters edited. Woot woot. JC says I just finished putting the music on my vlog. Right, he came back. Awesome timing. Sweet. Awesome. 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 Rachel got decently into this chapter. Not sure exactly how many words are written, but I really like how it turned out so far. Awesome. 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 Okay, I have a line, but it's from my most recently published book. That works. That's fine. The weight of her. The weight of her. All right, let's see what we have here. I'm sorry, not just for the bad memories I filled your childhood with, but because I can't remember things that you will likely never forget. Ooh, that's oh yeah, yeah. That is deep. It says 2 3, so I'm gonna skip through first to see if I can find if there's a third part there, JC. Here we go. So I'll read it again so I can read it in continuation. So it says, I'm I'm sorry, not just for the bad memories I fill your childhood with, but because I can't remember things you will likely never forget. It doesn't seem fair that you're the only one that has to carry all of that. Wow. Yeah, that's deep. That's impactful right there. Emotional storytelling. I have to carry all that weight. Okay. All right. That was good. That was good. That was good. That's why I had to take a breather there, reset myself. Rita took a shower, and I think I'm done for the day. LOL. I decided to put real clothes on and try to be cute or something. LOL. Coffee Crate Connect. The first line of my prologue, about paragraph, says, and I'm gonna skip around a little bit, make sure I get it. Uh, Time kindly grants us space between our first hello and our last goodbye to carve out a life, yet cruelly rips away our youth, our loved ones, and even our memories in the space between. Oh, oh man, that's a good line there. Wow. Impactful. Wow. Yeah. Time grand space between our first hello and our last goodbye to carve out life. I was already hit there. I was like, man, like, oh, deep, deep. And then it hits me with the hard part. Like, oh, oh, man. Uh, yeah, yeah. Who rips away our youth, our loved ones, and even our memories in the space between? You're setting up the story. So we're going to have some. We're on all the sides of the hallmark here. We're going to have some good smiles and some sad tears here. Hopefully, we'll end up with some good smiles, which you've said we will. So, man, that is a good line. And breathe. That was good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Man, I got a sense of where we're going from there. All right. Going back up. Nice line. Thanks, Shannon. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, let us parlay with Blade and Fangs. Like, oh, so bad arse. Sorry. YouTube algorithms don't like certain words. Gotta be careful. All right. So thanks. I'm out, y'all. Have a good weekend. Hubs and I are going to retreat to the sofa and binge some not so good for us TV. Thanks for sprints. Rita, thanks for being out here. Thanks for bringing all your joy, fun, and laughter. And we'll see you next time. So I think you have is it Saturday, Friday? I think it's just Saturday, Friday, Saturday. Rita sprints are. I was gonna say it was Sunday. I was like, let's show up to that, but I think it's Friday, Saturday. All right, but okay. Till next time, we'll see you, Rita. Enjoy the ceviche and the TV. Bye, Rita. Have fun. Bye, Rita. Okay, we're going to write that. That's a great line. That's a great that's a great feeling, Rachel. Yeah. That's a line I enjoy reading out loud and thinking about for my own life. Thank you, adeshile.writes. Appreciate it. I love that JC talking about carrying the weight of the emotions with a title of The Weight of Her. It resonates well, right? Yes, it does. Yeah, I figured the correction there. Yeah. Thank you so much, Shannon. Yeah, the weight of her, like that's yeah. Like I don't know, maybe because I like let's see, let's go back up here to it. Hold on, let me find it. Like I don't know. I feel like I deeply could relate to that because I'm sure there are certain people who I'm like, I wish they would say that to me. I wish they would say that to me. Like just like that recognition, awareness, and own it. Like and to say that, like you should carry all that, or kind of drawn from another story. Maybe Cowboy Bebop is an anime, like carry all that weight, But that's essentially what what it's saying here. You carry all that weight, carry all that. It's like it does seem fair that you're the only one that's carry all that. Yeah, like man, that awareness like I'm just like I said, I'm taking from my own experience. Like if someone had that, that'd be great. So a line like that like provides the healing, or at least a sense of healing or wish fulfillment for some of us who wish they had seen a phrase like that or uttered like that. So with such clarity. So all right, getting back down here. Thanks so much, Shannon. I really should edit before I hit send, but my eyes are already so tired from editing my novel, right? Love that line too. Copy Great Connect. Thank you, Shannon. Yes, love all the lines. Some deep lines in mine about offering a character. And mine's about offering a character. Well, it's all deep in its own way. Everything has its own impact in its own place. I mean, mine is about a character about to go fight some monster, They're talking about parlaying with Blade and Fang. So hey, everything has its time. Everything has its impact. All these lines. I love that, Shannon. LOL. Thank you, Desha. Yep. And the nice part about books is sometimes you're in the mood for something deep, sometimes you want to be in fancy world, sometimes you just want something lighthearted. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So no matter what approach you take, someone out there will appreciate what you've written. Absolutely. Absolutely. Read streams Friday and Saturday mornings. Thank you, Shannon. It's a story about redemption and forgiveness, mostly between a mother and a daughter. Gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna head out. Going to head out. Got prep dinner. Yep, it's about that time. Thank you so much for the sprint session. Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for showing up again. I'm glad you're able to make some progress here. So enjoy dinner prep. Enjoy the food. You see, that sounds like something I would want to read. Yay! Get the books out there. I have a complicated relationship with my mother. Yeah. So do I. Cover, create, connect. 3 years after I finally got the nerve to tell my mom to quit cussing at me with name call all the time, something she didn't do with my brother. She said she doesn't even remember cussing at me. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm not gonna say anything about this topic right now because yeah, I'm just let that go. But you guys are saying lots. SC, yes, had to go back a little bit to catch up with that with chat. But I love your line about screaming. Yeah. I remember when I first glanced at like you had permission to scream now. I thought like I had zoomed into like like mafia romance. I was like, wait, what's going what's going on here? Is the fairy doing something bad here? But not bad. So then I read like, okay, got it. Well, hold on, did I read it? Oh, Shannon, it sounds like our mother cut from the same cloth. Bye, Rachel. Yeah, probably. Have a good night, Rachel. Said as much as I tried to forgive after the last terrible thing, I cut off ties with her. Is the book? Yes, the book is on Amazon. Not sure if I just missed it in the chat. Kind of some distractions going on, but could you tell me the title? I believe it's called The Weight of Her. The Weight of Her, right? Give me 1 second, Karen. Okay, I might be putting the name in wrong. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm not remembering the title correctly. Hold on. Whoa, purchased now. Awesome. The Weight of Her. Okay, is the title. Thank you, Cover Create Connect. Thanks, Shannon. Weight of Her. Awesome. Cool stuff, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. Um, good stuff. Good stuff. Um, and I guess as we'll kind of come to a close of the stream here, oh, and I'm in no rush, but I will to try to bring things to some of the other elements. You know, the in the time between hello and goodbye, to borrow from Cover Create Connect, we have opportunities um, to build lives that represent uh, what we like to see in the world. Mind you, I'm still trying to distill this in my own brain now, but I remember a friend was reminding me while I was talking about an interest of mine. He was like, you know, be the adult that you needed when you were a child. Um, so I think we do. I mean, it's something that I've been trying to think of, and like, yeah, I guess so. And maybe in some ways I've tried to do that, maybe indirectly, but we get to be the person that we needed in the world. So, anyways, I tried to nestle that into Covering Crate's great quote, great line there. But yeah, you're awesome, Shannon. Boot boot, hearts. Okay, and appreciate it. It's something I'm trying to think of and develop for myself. So I'll put this up here for next time in case we end up getting stuck. What is your feeling's most redeeming quality? Make sure we leave with something positive. Thanks for the sprints. Appreciate it, Shannon. Just brought your book, JC. Boot, 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 boot. OMG, thank you so much, Coffee Create Connect. Thank you for hosting. See everyone next time. All right. Thank you all so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it. Happy weekend. Enjoy time with those that matter to you and enjoying the world. If you don't get time to enjoy time with those that matter to you, try to enjoy your experience out there. Enjoy time with yourself if you can, and whoever, whatever matter, try to have a good weekend. So appreciate you all being here. Thank you so much. You guys, all y'all rock. All y'all rock. And JC, you over there got challenges and are crushing it still. So that is an inspiration. So, I'm sorry, your story just still staying in my brain. And it's just like, yeah. So as people say, testimonies afterwards, get through the hard parts. So anyways, not just to single you out. Everyone has added really good advice and insights, and I appreciate you all. And have a great weekend. So we'll talk to you next time. Next time. You're so welcome. Sorry to say thank you for hosting. You are so welcome. Bye, y'all. Happy weekend. All right. Thanks, everybody. Out for now.